They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes, hop in the air at the start for Mrs. Bell. She's a Freud wins the break and edges out for the lead. Hypnocurrency forwardly placed to the outside of Troubled Luck for second, joined by Love My Candy on the extreme outside in fourth, two off the lead. A gap of 3 lengths back to Love Thyself, who is to the inside of the slow starting Mrs. Bell. Those two about 5 lengths off the lead at the back of the pack. Entry into the turn, She's a Freud has the lead. The lead's 3 parts of a length. Hypnocurrency outside in second. Love My Candy sweeps up to the extreme outside, and Troubled Luck will try and probe through at the fence. 3 more lengths back to Love Thyself in second last, and Mrs. Bell's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. She's a Freud, the first to face us. Troubled Luck needs somewhere to run in some tight quarters. Now shifts to the outside of She's a Freud. Hypnocurrency outside of her in third. 1 furlong to go. She's a Freud shaking up on the front end. Troubled Luck tries to run her down on the outside second. She's a Freud is game though, and She's a Freud's going to get there. She's a Freud in the opener at Finger Lakes. Troubled Luck second. Hypnocurrency third. Love Thyself fourth. 360 the winning mutual. Exacta 820. 50-cent try. $6.45. Dime Super. $3.45. Second race at Finger Lakes. And they're off. Trojan Mule broke outward but for the front end. Awaiting trial flashing early speed. Forest Managers in third. Then it's One With Everything to the outside of the Saxon Story. 2 by 3 if you will. Up the backstretch they travel. Awaiting trial and Trojan Mule. These two spar for the lead. One With Everything spying on the speed in third. 3 lengths off the lead. 3 parts of a length of Forest Manager outside in fourth. And the Saxon Story has been shuffled back to the tail of the field and about 8.5 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. Trojan Mule to the outside of Awaiting Trial. Trojan Mule with the neck in front of Awaiting Trial. A space of about 4.5 lengths. Forest Manager and the Green Silks to the outside of One With Everything. And the Saxon Stories at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Trojan Mule has the advantage on Awaiting Trial with 3/16 to go. One With Everything tries to get into the race on the outside third. 4 lengths off the lead. They got 1 furlong to go. Trojan Mule with the lead over Awaiting Trial. One With Everything's 3 lengths off the pace in third. 16th to go. Trojan Mule, One With Everything. A final try on the outside. One With Everything in a photo finish with Trojan Mule. Then it was Awaiting Trial. Others are the owners. Timothy Murphy is the trainer. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. The New Hill Farm bred One With Everything. And they're off. Sweet Anniversary broke well, and Motors out for the front end. Saloon Girl towards the inside, and here's Fabulous Fox, splitting rivals up into second, contending for the top spot. Fourth place, Dorth's Soul Dancers, about 2 lengths in front of Jackson Avenue, who's at the back of the pack as they race up the backstretch. Fabulous Fox has the lead, but did have to work for it, less than a half mile to go. Sweet Anniversary stalks on the outside in second. Saloon Girl towards the inside, third, about 2 lengths off the lead. Half length the Dorth's Soul Dancer in contention in fourth, and 2 more lengths back to Jackson Avenue, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go, and Sweet Anniversary makes her move to the outside of Fabulous Fox and takes over the lead. Dorth's Soul Dancer ranging up to the outside, almost up into a joint second, but going very wide. Saloon Girls at the fence in fourth. They're in upper stretch. It's Sweet Anniversary, who's homeward bound, has the lead by 3 lengths. Dorth's Soul Dancer on the outside, up in the second. Saloon Girl attempts to rally up the inside third. 16th to go. It's Sweet Anniversary. Sweet Anniversary. A nice looking performance, wins by 4. Dorth's Soul Dancer second. Saloon Girl third. Fabulous. And Caber Koa, the winning jockey. Cheryl Prudhomme and Dr. And they're off. Hot Rod Lincoln. Motors out for the front end. Devil or Angel, Goldini, and Interstate make up the next flight, second, third, and fourth. Full Moon Fever to the outside of Reckless Place, fifth and sixth, and a couple lengths to Ring Good, who trails the field as they navigate the first turn. It's Hot Rod Lincoln on the engine, has the lead by 4 open lengths over Goldini to the outside of Interstate for second. 3 more lengths to Devil or Angel, mid-flight in fourth, to the outside of Reckless Place in fifth. Second last, Full Moon Fever, and about 11 lengths off the lead. And then 2 more lengths to Ring Good, who's at the back. 5 furlongs to go, and it's Hot Rod Lincoln. Hot Rod Lincoln, scorching his way up the backstretch, has a lead by 7 lengths. Goldini and Interstate are second and third in tandem. Then a couple lengths back to Reckless Place in fourth and 9 lengths off the lead. And then it is Ring Good is on the far outside and about 10 lengths off the lead. Full Moon Fever's towards the rail, and Devil or Angels in between horses, and they're on the far turn. Hot Rod Lincoln's lead evaporating. The lead's only 2 lengths as Interstate gets first crack at that one. Reckless Place charges up to the 4 wide side. Goldini is in between horses, had the check and goes to the outside, about 5 wide into the stretch. Reckless Place has the lead over Interstate. These two are nip and tuck as they run down to mid-stretch. They're clear by 5 over Goldini in third as they run to the 16th pole. A struggle between Interstate and Reckless Place. Neither one wants to lose. 70 yards to the finish. Interstate and Reckless Place. Reckless Place, Interstate. Here's the finish. Head bobber between those two. Interstate to the inside of Reckless. Double, $24. Exacta, $137. 50-cent try, $91. Dime Super, $66.30, 50-cent pick 3, $39.62. And they're off. My Kind of Crazy broke a step slow. It's Sweet Julian who accelerates out for the front end. Disco Dancers up the inside second. Snowstorm emerging in third, then in fourth. That's Renaissance Man. A length and after Gray-Haired Gus to the outside of Racer X. Mama's Middy's advancing on the outside, 5 off the lead, and at the back, that's My Kind of Crazy. It's Sweet Julian on the front end, has a lead by a length and a half. Renaissance Man trying to bridge the gap in second. Snowstorm backs off a little bit in third. Mama's Middy's outside of him in fourth. There goes My Kind of Crazy from dead last. Up on the outside, up into the top 4, 4.5 lengths off the lead. Near the back of the pack is Gray-Haired Gus passing Disco Dancer, and Racer X is at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Sweet Julian has the lead. The lead's a length and a half. Mama's Middy bearing down on the outside in second. These two are well clear. They got 1 furlong to go. Sweet Julian has a 2-length lead. Mama's Middy outside second. Deep stretch. Sweet Julian. Mama's Middy a final try, but Sweet Julian will get there. Holding off Mama's Middy. Then it was Gray-Haired Gus and Snowstorm. Double, $174. Exacta, $39.60. 50-cent try, $15.25. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start. It's Iron Man, Ira, and Rockable, the 2 inside horses who send out for the front end. And then it's Street Cop Officer. Will be 3 wide around that first turn. Kingdom on Pause is towards his inside, and It's Not Over Yet is 3 wide at fifth and 5.5 lengths off the lead. A space of 3 lengths to Independent Paul, who's about 7 lengths in front of Ice Time in the 7th and trailing position. As they transition to the backstretch, Iron Man Ira has a lead by a half length over Rockable and those red blinkers in second. They're clear by a couple lengths. Kingdom on Pause is to the inside of Street Cop Officer. They're in tandem third and fourth. It's Not Over Yet, still 3 wide up the backstretch in fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 lengths to Independent Paul, who's about 6 lengths in front of Ice Time. As they make the entry into the far turn, Iron Man Ira inches away from Rockable by a length and a half. As it's Street Cop Officer who charges up to the outside in third. Kingdom on Pause towards the inside. It's Not Over Yet will be wide around both turns. Then about 6 lengths back to Ice Time, who's out of last. Independent Paul trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch, and Iron Man Ira is in control here. Iron Man Ira off the turn, leading by about 7 lengths. Rockable's all out to try to hold second. Ice Time's on the grandstand side as they run to the 16th pole. Iron Man Ira will give jockey Kaber Koa 3 wins on the Wednesday card. Win this race by double digits. Rockable second, Ice Time third, Independent Paul fourth. Exacta $39.60. 50-cent trifecta, $22. Dive Super, $20.82. Pick 4, 4 of 4, 88. They're all in the gate, and they're off. They've broken a perfect line. It's Shaman Princess and Enunciate, the outside 2, and the 2 favorites who send out for the lead. out of the cloud. Tracks in third, backs off the pace, 4 lengths off the lead. Then a little over a length to Change Order, who's 3 wide, and Playing with Dolls at the fence at the back. 2 distinct flights, 7 lengths from front to last, and we got an old-fashioned speed duel on the front end. Enunciate and Shaman Princess, they're going at it. They're clear by 7. Playing with Dolls kicks on through towards the inside to get third, and then it's out of the cloud in fourth, and a length back to Change Order, who trails the field. 5/16 to go. Enunciate and Shaman Princess, they've been in match race mode since the gates were unlatched. In third, Playing with Dolls, and about 5 lengths off the lead and getting the trip as they turn into the stretch. Still a struggle between Shaman Princess and Enunciate, but it's Playing with Dolls, who's 4 lengths off the lead with 1 furlong to go. Shaman Princess gets the better of Enunciate. Will have to fend off Playing with Dolls on the outside. 16th to go. Shaman Princess by 3. Playing with Dolls up in the second, but will not catch up with Shaman Princess. Third place was close. 8th and final from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. And they're off. It's Kitty of War and Banker Murray. These two blast out for the front. Divorced, of course, tries to make it a line of 3. Only in My Dreams is up the inside in fourth and takes back off the pace, 3 lengths off the lead. 2 more lengths to Queen of All My Dreams in fifth, and 2 more lengths to Stage Conflict, who's in the 6th and trailing position. Kitty of War and Banker Murray, these two together as one with less than a half mile to go. Only in My Dreams gets off the inside in third. Divorced, of course, is outside of her in fourth. 3 more lengths to Queen of All My Dreams, who's 2 lengths in front of Stage Conflict, who trails the field. Midway on the turn, it's Kitty of War and Banker Murray first and second. Only in My Dreams coming under a ride in third. Divorced, of course, 4 wide. Queen of All My Dreams circling up on the extreme outside as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Kitty of War, who's homeward bound, has the lead over Banker Murray. Divorced, of course, is on the outside, a length and a half off the lead. And Queen of All My Dreams in the stand side. Stage Conflict behind rivals, only about 2 lengths off the lead. A frantic finish here, 16th to go. It's Kitty of War, Stage Conflict, Divorced, of course. Divorced, of course, wins. Kitty of War second, third Stage Conflict, fourth Banker Murray. Super 7342, $17.05. Regular pick 3, 177. Ladies and gentlemen, with pride, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. Race number 1. In race 1, scratch the 1A, 30 oysters. The 1A part of the entry, 30 oysters, a scratch from the opener. Race 2 and race 3, there are no changes. Skip over to race number 4. Race number 4 got a jockey change on number 3, Almendro. Joel Cruz on number 3, Almendro. Jockey change to number 5, Mr. JT, to Christian Navarro. Christian Navarro on number 5, Mr. JT. Waive the apprentice allowance, make the weight 120. Then a late work for number 7, Looking Super. Workout took place at Finger Lakes on June 4th, 3 furlongs, fast track, 37.40, breezing. Race 5. There are no changes. Race 6. Scratch number 10, Go Get the Bag. Number 10, Go Get the Bag, a scratch from race number 6. Race number 7. Scratch number 5, Invaluable Will. Number 5, Invaluable Will is a scratch from race number 7. Do have a late work for number 1, Broken Hearted. Workout took place at Finger Lakes June 4th, 3 furlongs, fast surface, 36.40, breezing. 8th and final got a few scratches. Scratch part of the entry. Number 1, Can't Beat Me. Scratch part of an entry, the 2B, Son of Darkness. Scratch number 7, Smooth Tails. Scratch number 9, Central Love. Part of the entry, the 1, Can't Beat Me. Part of an entry, the 2B, Son of Darkness. The 7, Smooth Tails. The 9, Central Love, all scratched from the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 53 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Batice. I feel like I'm in a construction area right now, so bear with me. Hopefully you hear me okay. I got saws going on in the background here by the maze. Hopefully they'll take a lunch break soon or something. But I'll do the best I can here under the circumstances. I'm sure this doesn't happen with the other handicappers or other tracks, but I'll have to fight over it. Anyway, a lot going on this week. I believe it's this week. We have the annual awards dinner that will honor the horses from last year. Who will be horse of the year? Well, it will be Sweet Brown Sugar, Runaway Joke. Those were the two that probably had the best years last year. Sweet Brown Sugar, of course, a multiple stakes winner. Runaway Joke went on that tear, going right through conditions. That'll take place later this week. I got it as June 13th in the Finger Lakes Vineyard Buffet. So, man, get your tickets. Sounds like you get a free meal out of that. Maybe I'll see if I can get some tickets to try our great buffet here at Finger Lakes. Okay, I do want to give an update, and everybody's been asking. I know she's been posting on her Facebook as well, so a lot of people already know this. Give an update on Jackie Davis. She was involved in a spill and was injured. Of course, our prayers, and I know that she's so well liked. Obviously I like her personally. Everybody here likes her personally, and she is just a great person to have here in the Finger Lakes family. And yeah, everybody's heart stopped when that happened. And we do have good news. I mean, she has been released out of the hospital. That took place on Saturday. She was released from Strong Memorial Hospital. That's in Rochester, New York. She will be out. You know, she's so tough. She could, you can't give an estimated date, but looks to be at least 6 weeks. But knowing her, it might be sooner than that. But we do wish her well in her recovery. Recover well as well. So she does have, we'll call them fractured or displaced ribs, which isn't too comfortable. She did have a small liver laceration and some abrasions to her face as well. So, it could have been worse is what we could say. I know it's not comfortable where she's at, but it's great news that she has been released from the hospital. She is going to be okay, and she will be back riding again. But she is going to be missing some time, probably at least 6 weeks. Now, there is a GoFundMe page for her. I think her sister, Katie, set that up. You can find it. I put it on my Facebook page, Dave Mattice Race Preview page. I also put it on my, I don't know, it's not Twitter anymore, it's the X account. I don't know what they call it now. But that GoFundMe page is up there. I think it's great what they did. The jockeys in Saratoga, this was, Dino Freys told me this. This was in Saratoga during the few-day meet that they just had. The jockeys were raising money at the local bars. They were the bartenders, and all the tips went towards the Jackie Davis GoFundMe page. I think that's just a great idea and a great cause, because we want to see Jackie up and going here soon and riding again here at Finger Lakes. So probably about 6 weeks is what they're telling me that she will be out. But of course we wish Jackie well and a quick recovery. Again, they'll be posted on my Facebook page as well as my Twitter page if you're looking for it. Okay, looking at today's card, hopefully the rain is holding off. We got a fast track as of now. We are going to be having a chance here in Western New York of some thunderstorms later. So you never know when you get a forecast like that. Of course, it's like being a handicapper. You don't know how to handicap the weather. It could miss us, could hit us, but it will affect the track condition if it does. Let's look at the first. We scratched the 1A 30 Oysters. Thought it was a significant scratch when it comes to the pace scenario in this race. Made me like this outside horse. I wasn't in love with this horse at a short price because, maybe that number was inflated last time when the horse got shook loose on the front end. But man, he pulled away from his competition, and now he'll face Finger Lakes competition for the first time. Earned a 78 buyer. Of course, again, it was on and off track, and he shook loose. Well, with a scratch of 30 Oysters, Dynamite Karma should be able to make the lead against this field, and that may be all he needs. Nobody comes close to the race that he ran last time. Got him on top. Coach Bahi, always good in these starter allowance races. Now, this is starter allowance going to mile 70, and you just look at the record when Coach Bahi goes to mile 70, and a lot of those races in the higher claimers or starters. Now, he did finish off the board last time. Maybe needed that first route of the season. Certainly didn't need his first race of the season. He did beat up on easier competition. It was just at a shorter distance. So he'll try going long again. I always like that sprint 2 route where you get your best route race. It should happen today for Coach Bahi. And he does have speed for the route. So he's got that tactile speed. and he's inside of Dynamite Karma. I don't know, and I don't think he will challenge Dynamite Karma. I don't think he's as fast as Dynamite Karma, so it might take a lot out of him if he does try to challenge him from the rail. Now, you got a couple horses coming out of the same race. You got Fort Charles and Bottomless Refill. So now they both got a route under their belt. Of course, Fort Charles had those recent routes. So my thing why I'm putting Bottomless Refill ahead of Fort Charles today, even though that other horse beat him, he had a fitness edge last time. He was coming in here from Tampa. He's supposed to run better than Bottomless Refill, who was running his first route of the season, and it wasn't much that separated them, and it was going a little shorter. You know, you might be able to say that in mile 70, maybe Bottomless Refill would have beat him that day. I think he's live here for the Murph Barn. I mean, all these Murphy horses have been firing pretty well. I'm going to go with the 6, 2, and 4. You know, I was talking about the HBPA dinner this week. Also, coming up, I just want to mention this card because Wednesday is probably our best card of the year. You know, I was looking at a handicapping earlier today, and there's a race Wednesday, the feature race, that has the best sprinters on the grounds. You got Jack and Bernie in there. That's going to be his first start of the year, and he's the best sprinter here at Finger Lakes. You got Tacony Road, who pulled off that big upset in the Barker Stakes. Disco Dino, who also pulled off a big upset a few years ago in the Barker Stakes. And Ladies Golden Guy, who won a stakes race last year, or 2 years ago, I should say. All those horses are going to be competing in that feature race on Wednesday. Looking forward to it. Kind of like a stakes race. I think it's better than the stakes race. So it's always good to see that. Good allowance race on Wednesday. Okay, we don't run this condition much. Well, at least this claiming level much, I should say. The second race is for $4,000 claimers. We're taking you back about 15, 20 years to when we ran for $4,000. Well, we're going to run for $4,000 here, and we're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Well, you get what you pay for here, but Trivia could be the speed in this race. I know Coffee Futures does have a little bit of speed. It's more route speed. I don't think he's that fast going sprints. He's turning back. I know Wabonsi's got a little bit of, or at least he used to have sprint speed, as does Tracy's Girl. But I think Trivia might be the fastest, at least be on the front line. And her recent form is just simply better than these. And last time, instead of being on the front line or being the speed, she was chasing the speed of Bad Connection, who was sharp enough as lone speed last time to go on with it. The money showed on Bad Connection off the layoff, so you kind of had a hunch that she was going to last at the 6 furlongs. Now she's cutting back a little bit here, going 5.5. That might be all she needs. She should be tough. Fidalia should be the main threat. Class-wise, she's the best horse in the race. It's just a question of the layoff. I mean, if she runs back to last year's form, going back to last summer, she's going to beat these. It's that simple. I don't know if it's the most positive sign that she's starting off at 4,000, you know, for sale for 4,000, but she hasn't run since August. Red flags, maybe, but it is 4,000. It's for a barn that's been very, very hot to start off the season, and she's just simply better than these. So to me, it's just, who is another one that might have a chance to hit the board after you get by Trivia and Fidalia? I mean, Fidalia could be any kind. Trivia, you know, will probably be first or second against these rivals. So then, you know, Wine Trail, if they back up, she could be tough. Maybe Tracy's Girl hangs around for a share. Coffee Futures may hang around. But I'm going to take a shot at Wabonsi and forgive the last effort. I mean, they're all chasing Georgie's Ladies in that race. I know it was only a 4-horse field and she finished last. But it was her first start of the year. It was a much tougher field than this one. And again, Georgie's Lady was low in speed, and she's just chasing. And she got in an all-out chase and just faded. Obviously needed the race. She'll run better. Better enough to maybe hit the board for 4,000. Possibly as good as the rest of them in here. 4, 6, and 3. Somebody's got to be third if the other two fire. All right, third race starts pick 3. We also start the pick 4, the early one anyway. Exacta Try and Super offered. Remember, 8 races today. I know we've been going 9 a lot of these bunnies, but we're doing 8 today. The speed of the race looks like Bobby the Tank, and he drops. And not only does he drop, he comes out with what turns out to be a good race last time, because the horses that were second and third came back to win. I don't know if Starship Tango did as well, but this horse was fourth behind 2 next out winners that were second and third. Got to count for something, and Hey Harry did beat a pretty good field coming back out of that race. He's got to go a little further though, but he does look like the main speed of this race. It's just a question of, can Indy Cowboy or Interchanger close and catch him? Those are the 2 main rivals. I don't know if they can. Indy Cowboy is certainly talented enough to win this race, but he might be up against it because of the pace scenario, although he's got a little more speed than Interchanger. I like Interchanger, though. I liked Interchanger last time. Just didn't get the pace. They didn't come back to him. Didn't really get the track at the end of the day coming back. And they went 47 and change up front. So Interchanger had absolutely no chance. And he did have some run. He just had some run behind horses where, when they go 47, they're not going to get tired. And you're not going to catch them. And that was the case. So he goes 5.5 today. It's an easier field, but unfortunately, again, there's not a lot of pace in here, so he's kind of up against it again. I do like the horse, though. His race before was exceptional coming off the layoff. We'll see. I mean, if Bobby the Tank doesn't have it on the front for whatever reason, Interchanger or even Indy Cowboy have a chance to close. Now, congratulations to Luis Pena. The last day of racing we had, I know it seems so long ago, Luis Pena got his first career win. Man, that was a big deal, and he did a good job. He got that horse. I mean, the horse was much the best, but he got the horse up to win for father-in-law John Grabowski, who he's going to be riding again today. And this horse has every reason to improve off of that last race, which he may have needed. Probably needed. So we'll see if Indy Cowboy runs better today. I mean, you got 2 jockeys today. I thought it was interesting. You got Banco Medici. I looked up whoever Lard Bailey is, and you got Luis Pena. Lard Bailey is making his first start since 2023, according to my stats. I haven't had a chance to talk to him, but first bounce is 2023, and he hasn't won. Indy Cowboy Luis Pena has only got 7 mounts and got his first win. So, well, maybe 8 mounts, we'll call it. So about 13 or 14 mounts between the 2 of them and 1 win. So I thought it was interesting here in the third race. Maybe one of those 2 guys can get to the winner's circle. Okay, big field for the 4th. Big competitive field for the 4th. 11-9 claimer. Non-winners of 4 in this race, or non-winners of a race since December of 2024. I liked in Sky We Trust. The horse was sharp last year. Problem is, it's his first start of the year. And remember, his first start coming in here, he didn't win. Of course, that was in the slop and he had trouble. But, yeah, he's got good works for the return. But as the favorite, I tend to not like the favorites unless they're so much the best coming off layoffs. He does look better than these horses. But you got a couple horses that have certainly credentials as well. And one of them I thought might get the trip. And, I'm looking at it from an analytical standpoint of how they are at the track and who's going to get the trip and maybe get the first run on in Sky We Trust. And I'm looking at Z Bear. Now, I didn't really like Z Bear last time. I mean, I liked the winner, but I only like Z Bear 3rd or 4th in there. But the fact that Pompous Prince, and you had to like Pompous Prince in that race, was just too good for that field. I think it was claimed out of this race is going against Tougher next week, or this week. Pompous Prince, I think that's the race I was just talking about. I think he's in against those tough sprinters. Pompous Prince was much the best. Z-Bear ran very well to be second, and of course, he's not beating Pompous Prince, and I don't think they're beating Pompous Prince if he was in this field either. With that said, I'm looking at it from a pace scenario. The two speeds look to be Almendro and Courageous Ola. Z-Bear from a two-post is going to be sitting a nice trip behind those two. That is if the inside's good today. And should be, you would think, if everybody breaks well and he breaks well, he's going to be in perfect position to jump at the right time and get first run on In Sky We Trust. So I'm going to give him a slight edge. Obviously, if Sky We Trust can run back to when he was in his prime last year, winning those few races in a row, he's going to win here. And he does have some sharp works leading up to this race. I mean, he worked the best of 43 horses back in mid-May. Yeah, so I'm going to go with the Sky We Trust. It's going to get played here, probably be the favorite. An interesting one is Gandy Dancing. I mean, Gandy Dancing came off the layoff last time in the starter, ran fourth, was a beaten favorite, is a little bit easier starter than this one, but he also probably needed the race. He's got a good workout since the race, tougher field in a sense. The 11 and 9 isn't usually the case, but it is a little tougher. But it's the second start off the layoff, and I think this horse will run a lot sharper in here. And I also like Mr. JT for fourth. Kind of flip-flop my third and fourth picks here. He also comes out of the Pompous Prince race. Keep in mind, he does. Unfortunately, this is why I use him fourth. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that apprentice allowance. You're going to lose the best apprentice in the country in Chris Elliott, and you got to put on the weight. I think Christian Navarro is going to be on Mr. JT. So I get the 2845 in race number one. You can call it 2854. I mean, you're playing underneath anyway. Fifth race is a maiden race. This for fillies and mares, going 5.5 furlongs. Big field for this one. You know, you like to see it split so you could get two winners out of here for the two lifetime. But it makes it a good betting race because you got 11 horses. One thing I say, if I know it was further last time, but if Kay Jeanette didn't win last time, I can't like her to win today. I just can't come up with her. I mean, you got to use her in the top three on the numbers. You got to like the jockey's probably the best rider here when she's here. You got Lane Luzzy making an appearance. Always liked I think it's his father was Mike Luzzy. Mike Luzzy used to tease me when he came in when I didn't pick his horse. If I did pick his horse, he used to say that I jinxed him. Lane Luzzy's a great rider, and you watch him in New York, travels around a little bit. He rode this filly to his second place, mare to his second place finish in her first career start. Keep in mind, this horse is a little older. She's a 5-year-old mare against these horses. Came back and finished fourth. Probably tougher maidens in that 30,000 maiden in that Belmont at Aqueduct meet than she'll face against our maiden special weights here at Finger Lakes. The numbers say so. I mean, I know they're not overwhelming in the 40s compared to these, but making her third start, she's a bust in stones. I think she's going to be tough. Enjoy your visit, Lane Luzzy. Now, who do I like for second? There's a lot of question marks with some of these horses. You got two first-time starters, actually three first-time starters from capable first-out barns. For Windy Lee Farm, you got Adjustable Rate, who's a full to Coin Jar, who's got good early speed. Mission Avenue, she was scratched, was it a couple weeks ago, and her stablemate ended up winning the race. And that was interesting. And Stephen Frett rode her stablemate that day. She's a half to Dale Avenue, Honorable Avenue. Got a bunch of good ones that this was a half to. I know I liked her in the top three that day that she scratched. And the other one that was a big long shot for Deborah Breed ended up winning that race. Didn't use her here. So it was a little tougher maiden race, but I think you could use her on a spread as well. You know, both these firsters are interesting. Not the fastest of works, but you always got to respect them. Same thing with Spa City Zip. I didn't really like the breeding on Spa City Zip, but you never know with that one. More route breeding, I should say. No, they don't like it. It's more route breeding, it seems like. Yeah, Posse Rocks I got on top, but the horse I ended up landing on second was a long shot, Lady of Murcia. Hope I said that right. Lady of Murcia ran fourth last time in a decent maiden race, considering it was against the boys. I mean, she was entered, I don't know if properly or not, but maybe it just fit their schedule. But she actually ran extremely well, considering it was against male competition. She actually beat two males. I know with all the controversy and stuff about males against females, this was a filly against the males. And she ran fourth behind Gray Hair Gus, who's not a bad one, and the winner ended up running a decent time. Well, her previous start against the girls was her first start over the track. I didn't think she ran that badly. It was a better maiden field, you could say, possibly, than this one. I got her second at a price. At least she's against, I know that was restricted threes, but at least she's against the fillies and mares, so you can say, even though that was restricted threes, this is still an easier spot. No offense to anybody. The 11, Cajunette, is on the outside. I just can't take her. I mean, maybe going 5.5, having that outside post, maybe she just gets out there with the other speed, makes the move at the right time. Maybe she's one of those horses that, gets out there in the front and she's looking for competition late. Maybe being outside, more of a sit close, not aggressive trip, make a move late, could get her the money here. Her numbers are better than this field, and maybe 5.5 could be her distance. I just have a tough time liking her today after she had everything her own way, looked like the winner in the stretch, and then she stopped late. And she's had a tendency to do that. I'll throw in the 9, Queen's Cat, for fourth. Goes first time Lasix. Had kind of a rough trip. I mean, both her and Chaos and Karma both got off slow in that race. I thought Queen's Cat got the worst of it, and she also had the most run late between the two. She was making a little bit of a move. When you're a big horse like her, getting a slow start, tough to overcome. She's a half to Queen's Dancer, by the way, who's a pretty good one. 10, 7, 11, 9 in what looks to be a wide open fifth race to start the late pick 4. All right, sixth race, scratch the 10. Go get the bag. Another competitive race. I have to disagree with the odds in here, where you got two Chris Engelar horse, and the other one's the favorite, and I don't see that, especially when Andre Worry gets off to ride Good Question. But the big question with Good Question, and it is a good question, what happened to this horse after the maiden victory, or did he just find those winners just too tough? Now, Lane Leslie, who maybe you can ask him, Lane Leslie's in the previous race, but yeah, just did not fire very well against the winners the last two, but his maiden victory easily beats these. These are 5,000 two lifetimes, and he broke his maiden against the 30,000s. We've seen some 30,000 maidens beat the two lifetime allowance here off the maiden wins. I don't know what's going on with this horse, but the thing is, he's in against 5,000s, and it wasn't that long ago against the 3 and up 30,000s that he won. I mean, that's not even a restricted 30,000 3-year-old restricted. That's older horses, 30,000 state bred maiden. So if he can run that race, he's going to win here. And he's a price a little bit, 9-2 morning line. I don't know if you're going to get that. I mean, it's hard to like Image of Quality at that price, especially when the rider goes, the opposite goes somewhere else. He's more of a turf horse. The 9, Vaunted. I mean, Julie Smith does a good job with her horses. I mean, she's great with the adoption program here. She only runs a few horses. This was by Golden Sense. It was running against much tougher. They jammed this horse in, and maybe, I mean, you see that a lot. A lot of trainers drop their horses to 5 at the end of the year. Not, if they get claimed, they don't have to win. If they come back, they can run for the waiver claim the next year. Maybe she caught something here. If this horse ran a good second, it wasn't like he ran that badly in the slop in that 5,000. So he comes back for the waiver claim, and his better races last year. He's another one. He's just better than $5,000 claimers. Now I use long shot for third. Caber Koa goes to Makar. Now I don't know if Harkey maybe opted for Papa Polly P, but you do get our top rider on Makar, who is dropping again. Now keep in mind the last two races aren't good, so maybe that's why he's dropping, and those are his first two starts of the year. So what's going on with Makar? For one thing, maybe these distances are too short. Maybe he wants 6 furlongs. I don't know, but he's got 5.5 again today. Yeah, I mean, it's now or never as far as waking up a little bit here for Makar. Maybe the jockey switch will help. Maybe just dropping to 5,000. I mean, at the bottom level, when you look at what this horse was up against last year, you got to think he's got to be competitive against these. And he is going to be a price. He's 12-1 morning line. Again, image of quality, more of a turf horse. His first start here wasn't bad, though, against the 5,000s. He did run third. He comes back for the waiver claim. So he's another one, like a couple of them in here that run for 5, like Vaunted. They come back for 5, and he can win off of that race. But it is his first start of the year. I'm going to go to 3, 9, 8, and 1 in race number 6. Good competitive race. A few of them. In that middle part of the card, you got a few good-sized fields that are competitive. All right, 7th race, starter optional claimer, going 6 furlongs. That might be the only question for Sutton Breeze. He's winning the Triple Crown of distances to start off his year, and maybe he could be a 3-time winner today. If he could keep it going, why not? I mean, Sutton Breeze, he actually looked better last time than the debut. It's tough to win off the layoff here at Finger Lakes. It really is, against quality competition. And he did just that. He was in for the waiver claim, and he beat a very good field going 4.5. And it wasn't like he was the only speed or something. He battled the whole way and won. He came back and won starters against starters and won. Now, I like Broken Hearted against this field. But Sutton Breeze just beat Broken Hearted going 5.5. Can he beat him again 6 furlongs? I think that's the question here. Maybe Broken Hearted could turn the tables going the longer distance 3/4. You look at the pace scenario. You got New York Riesling inside of him. Give Me the Money's got a little tactical speed. But let's face it, it isn't a lot of speed. He went 47 last time, and he controlled everything. He'll probably go 46 and 3 here, around there. I mean, I'm really throwing out a prediction there, but around that fractions, battling with New York Riesling. New York Riesling, that's about what he does. Sutton Breeze got the lead on him last time, and Sutton Breeze got the lead on him in 47. I would expect, it wasn't good tactics. Now, you got a good rider on New York Riesling that'll probably be a little more aggressive and try to get out there a little more with Sutton Breeze. If he doesn't, even those 3/4, then it's up to Give Me the Money to get out there with him. And Give Me the Money on his quickest can be out there with him and push him to 46. But if he clears, good night, even those 3/4. Double Shot and Sig Alert. I mean, Double Shot's the true closer. Sig Alert's more of a stalking type that Worry's been riding both times he's been riding. It's not like he's sitting back, relaxed, and making a run. He's chasing a little bit, but so he might be in the race a little more than Double Shot. Double Shot will probably be last early, and will try to pass horses late. And his last race is very good, but he beat a weaker starter field than what he'll face here. But even though he beat a weaker starter field, he beat it first off the layoff, so that's worth a no. And the thing is, if he improves off that race, he's going to be good here. But the problem is, does he get enough pace to close on? It is 6 furlongs. That's his best distance, 7 of his 9 wins. Then he got Sig Alert, of course, for a Hall of Fame owner or Hall of Fame mutual teller. That horse could be on the improve. He's done nothing wrong. He's won 2 in a row. It's just against a little bit easier. All right, last race. Scratch the 1. Part of entry can't beat me. Scratch the 2B, Son of Darkness. Scratch the 7, Smooth Tails. Scratch the 9, Central Love. I know they got the 1, the favorite, but probably a mistake. They meant the 1A. I mean, the 1A is a stronger half anyway. So, Flowing River drops again to 5,000, looking for the win. Hard to believe that this horse is in for 5,000. Probably going to get taken today. Well, yeah, probably going to get taken today. But it's just hard to believe that he's in for 5,000. I mean, he was up against New York Anthem and Saratoga Banker last time, and he only lost by 3 lengths to those horses despite being outside. I guess it's a bad sign when your first race back over the track, you're in for 11 and then you drop to 5 that they gave up on this horse. I don't know why. And it's a bad sign. It's a red flag, but I guess I'm still going to take the horse on top because he's the best horse in the race. And his last race still beats these 5,000 claimers. Again, red flag the fact that they are dropping him to 5,000, actually off a decent effort. Beach Boy Al's going to be tough in here. It is his first start off the layoff, though. He's in for the waiver claim. Positive sign off of the claim. But again, his races last year are good enough to beat these 5,000 claimer. And he's a big price. He's 5-1, probably because he is off of the layoff. But, you know, you look at some of these other horses that are favored over him. I mean, Can't Beat Me with Scratch, Max Foster. He's better than those horses. I don't know if you're going to get a price. He'll probably get bet. He might even be the favorite in here. It depends on him or Flowing River. Probably Flowing River will probably be the favorite, but he obviously plays. Almond Cider gets help with the scratches as far as not being hung out there. He's another one that drops in class, and he comes out of a good race. Mentioned Z-Bear earlier in the day. He comes out of the race won by Pompous Prince. He's got to be a strong player in here. This is a lot easier than Pompous Prince. And he's only beaten a 4 lengths by that horse. I think Pompous Prince is in against those tough sprinters on Wednesday. I'll throw in Trap the Dream for 4th. I never know what to expect from this horse. He's a good late runner. Since dropping to 5, maybe he's just getting a little older. I don't know. But last year, he just wasn't as good as the old Trap the Dream. Still ran well, but he was just at the mercy of the pace, even at the bottom level. And it's a question of, does he get the pace? Maybe. He got a big enough field, but I think maybe Flowing River just goes to the front and goes on with it. It's like maybe one of those type of races, and maybe he passes some of the tiring horses chasing Flowing River. So I'll go with the 1A, 3, 10, and 6. Pretty much what it looks like in today's finale, last race of the day. All right, enjoyed today's card. We start a new race week. Yeah, let's keep an eye on the weather, because if we do get some of that rain that they call for, it just seems like it rains every day this spring, but if they do get the rain, it will affect how these races will be run on and off track. Well, right now we're starting off as fast. Hopefully it stays that way. We got live racing continuing Tuesday and Wednesday. Remember, Wednesday is that really nice feature race. Tomorrow we also got a nice card. 1 o'clock will be the first post. I'll see you again tomorrow.
Horses are coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Here's the remaining part of the entry. Number 1, Anointed Spirit and J.M. Rohina. Scratch the 1A. Number 2 is Coach Bahi and Joel Cruz. Number 3 is Fort Charles and Christian Navarro. Number 4, Bottomless Refill, Emmanuel de Diego is the jockey. Number 5 is Barfly and Andre Worry. And number 6, Dynamite Karma and Inoel Bieto. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go, a mile and 70 yards. Starter optional claiming race. 3 to 5 on number 6, Dynamite Karma. The last one on a muddy surface at Penn National. Bottomless Refill. Barfly. And Dynamite Karma. First of 8 races on this Monday on tap here at Finger Lakes. They're all in the gate. They're off and running. Good start for Dynamite Karma. Broke a little bit outward, but goes out for the front end. Coach Bahi is up the inside in second. Barfly backs off the pace a little bit in third. Anointed Spirits in fourth. Bottomless Refills outside of him in fifth. And Fort Charles skims the inside at the back of the pack. The pace is controlled as they go around that first turn. It's the gray. Dynamite Karma is calling the shots in the front end. Has a lead by about 2.5 lengths. Coach Bahi is off the inside a little bit in second. Fort Charles up the inside from last up into third. Then a half length to Barfly in fourth. Anointed Spirit is in second last in position about 5 lengths off the lead. And Bottomless Refills outside of him at the back as they race up the backstretch. And it's Dynamite Karma gets an early challenge from Fort Charles. And Fort Charles last early on now has the lead as they go to the half-mile pole. Dynamite Karma rates in second as it's Coach Bahi scrubbed upon for more speed in third. Anointed Spirit up the inside fourth, and then it's Barfly to the outside of Bottomless Refill. Those two about 7.5 lengths off the lead. They're on the far turn. Fort Charles made that early move for the front end. Has 2.5 furlongs to go. Has the lead by a half length. Dynamite Karma, the 3 to 5 favorite, presses to the outside in second. Anointed Spirit tracks in third. 5 lengths off the lead as Fort Charles drifts out to about the 9 path, taking Dynamite Karma Karma even further out. Anointed Spirit saved all the ground up the inside in third. Then it's Coach Bahi in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Dynamite Karma gets the better of Fort Charles. Anointed Spirits up the inside in third. In deep stretch, it's Dynamite Karma. Dynamite Karma wins the opener at Finger Lakes. Fort Charles holds second. Anointed Spirit third. Coach Bahi fourth. Six, 3, 1, 2. 3 to 5 favorite prevails in race 1. Back to the winner's circle, number 6, Dynamite Karma. 2 wins in a row. Career win number 14 for this Ontario bred. 8-year-old gray gelding by Big Screen out of Dynamite Dancer. RT Racing Stable owns. Leandro Moreno Barban is the trainer. And Inoel Beato, the winning jockey. Spring Farm bred Dynamite Karma. Exacta 1120, first race official. 50-cent try, 11.80. Dime Super, $4.62. Dynamite Karma paid $3.40 to win. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 2 in 20 minutes at about 1:29.
All right, we got race 2 coming up. Well, the first race did get a little interesting as it was for Charles making an early move up the inside. So Dynamite Karma took away that one's tactical edge. Thought Beato handled it pretty well, but it made it more interesting as he wasn't able to get away on the front end and control the pace. So it was Anointed Spirit making a late move up the inside, but neither Anointed Spirit or Fort Charles were able to outbattle Dynamite Karma to the wire. He was just a little too good for that field and gets the victory. That for Leandro Barbin. Congratulations to them, taking the opener at a short price. Now here's a race that we don't run very often, the $4,000 claimer. This is what we just started back with the 4,000s this year. Gives some of these horses a chance to be competitive and get a victory, and then can also step back up to 5,000 if they win without losing the condition. So, with that said, this for fillies and mares, a 4,000 claimer, and the condition is non-winners of a race in a year. And what you get is a competitive field. Now, Trivia ran against the 5s in a waiver claim. And, of course, the irony is he's could get claimed for less now. But he did run second, or she did run second in a paceless race. And fitness may have come into play as she just came up a little bit short and got beat by Mud Love and Kateri Empire. Well, Kateri Empire also loves the mud and was able to run her down in the late stages. She didn't run badly last time. It's just a horse got loose. Bad Connection was much the speed in that race and was fit enough to go the 6 furlongs off the layoff, so she got caught chasing. Now she catches the easiest field that she's had to date, and if she's hitting the board against better, she should be tough in here. And there isn't a lot of speed in this race either, that she should be on the front line instead of chasing a horse like Bad Connection. The big question mark in here is going to be the 6 Fidalia. This one has been off since August, a long time away from the races, and now she arrives running for 4,000. Well, she should be competitive, not more than competitive. She should win if she runs back to her numbers last year. That's a big if when you're off this long. She's been off 10 months, and she's dropping to 4, so there's always a reason why you're in so cheap, and especially off this long of a layoff. She's a better horse on the synthetic to begin with. 4 of her 6 wins have been on synthetic, and the other 2 have been on the turf. So she's never won a dirt race. She's been competitive against better than these on the dirt, but she's never won a dirt race. So maybe there's a first for everything. She's at the cheapest level she's ever been, but not her best surface. The 3 Wabansie I'm going to use for third, maybe more of the best of the rest type situation, as she finished 4th against Georgie Ladies. Of course, it was a 4-horse field, so where else is she going to finish against that field? It was her first start of the year, and now she'll drop and should run better in her second start. Should run a lot better. At least she could improve her position in this field and run 3rd or 4th against these horses in a 5-horse field. But, a 6-horse field. But it does look like Trivia and Fidalia, numbers-wise and class-wise, are a little bit better than the rest of them. Fidalia, obviously, the question mark. She's one of those horses that could be first or last in here, coming off that layoff since August. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in the second race. You got 5 minutes to post.
Horses on the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Coffee Futures and Azario Alvarado. Number 2 is Wine Trail and Laird Bailey. Number 3, Wabanzi and Andre Worry. Number 4, we'll go to the 5 first, Tracy's Girl and Rafael Rahina Jr. Number 6 is Fidalia and John Barrios. And there's number 4 Trivia and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for race 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs, 4 to 5 on number 4, Trivia. 2 to 5, or 2 to 1, second choice, number 6, Fidalia. And 7 to 2 on the rail, Coffee Futures. Current favorite, Trivia, next in the line. Tracy's Girl, and Fidalia. 3 to 5 on Trivia. 1 out. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Trivia. Trivia zips out for the front end. Coffee Futures up the inside second. Wabanzi splitting rivals from about fifth up into second, a half length off the lead. Fidalia's 4 wide in fourth. Then in fifth, Tracy's Girl is about 2 lengths in front of Wine Trail, who's at the back of the pack. It's Trivia with less than a half mile to go. It clears off by 2. Wabanzi is niggled upon to keep up. Here's Fidalia on the outside from fourth up into a joint second. Coffee Futures at the fence. Wabanzi fights on in between horses. That cluster of 3, 2 lengths behind Trivia. Then in second last, Tracy's Girl, about 7.5 lengths off the lead, and a neck back to Wine Trail, who trails the field. And as this field arrives at the top of the stretch, you got to catch Trivia. Trivia comes off the turn, leading by 5 lengths. Coffee Futures on the outside is in second. Wine Trail progressing up the inside in third with a chance to maybe get into the exacta, but with the 16th to go, it's Trivia. Trivia had all the answers today. Trivia's going to win this race by about 6.5, 7. Wine Trail gets second over Coffee Futures, and Tracy's Girl fourth. Number 4, Trivia first. Judges will examine the photograph for second. Goes to number 2, Wine Trail. Third, number 1, Coffee Futures. Fourth, number 5, Tracy's Girl. 4215. Trivia picks up career win number 10, New York bred, 7-year-old bay mare by Soaring Empire out of Shangaloo. CB Thoroughbreds owns Deborah Breed trains, Joel Cruz the winning jockey, Carl Burr. Bred Trivia, $3 the winning mutual, double $6.80, exact is $60. 50-cent try, $40.25, dime super, $87.20. Third race from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Third race kicks off a 50-cent pick 4. Post time for race 3 in about 20 minutes at 1:58 p.m. Did you know that we offer free Finger Lakes past performances online for every racing card at fingerlakesgaming.com? Well, that's correct. Just click on the racing tab and then free digital programs to download your complimentary copy today.
All right, no big surprises. First two races, actually, that race, Trivia did seem like a big standout if she was able to get to the front end. Joel Cruz was able to do so, and they could not catch Trivia. That for trainer Deborah Breed. Deborah Breed's got a couple of good ones in on Wednesday. Our feature race on Wednesday is our best sprinters on the ground. Should be a really good one. Third race, never won 3, 5,000 claimer going 5.5. And, you know, speaking of the pace scenario, it does look like the 5, Bobby the Tank, might have a tactical edge on this field. He drops as it is. I know he's getting beat at the 11-9 level, but he comes out of a good race, and he catches a field that just simply doesn't have a lot of speed in it. And that's exactly what he has, is front speed. He was unable to really get the lead last time, and turned out to be a good race for the 11-9 level. The horses that were second and third, Morvino, I think he stretched out and won. Hey Hey Harry actually stepped up in class and won. So he's finishing off the board, finishing sixth that day behind the second and third horses that came back to win. So turns out to be a good race. I know he's got to go a little further today, and he's the speed type, but there isn't a lot of speed in here. Makes him very tough to catch in this race. But the two horses that are probably the main threats, you got Indy Cowboy, who's going to try to chase him down. And this horse should run better today, making his second start of the year. And, you know, he's not in for the waiver today, but not the greatest of signs. But he has the talent and the numbers to beat this field. Now, Luis Pena got his first career win the other day. Congratulations to him. And Indy Cowboy has all the credentials. Interchanger as well. Now, Interchanger might need a little bit of help in here because he's a late runner. And that was the problem last time. He just simply did not get the pace flow or any kind of situation where he could run at them. They just didn't back up to him. Basically, the top three ran 1, 2, 3 around the track. He made a nice late move, but when they ran like that in 112 and didn't come back, forget it. The track was not favoring his running style either. So 5.5 today. He's got to hope that Bobby the Tank comes back to him and maybe make a late run. So those are the other two main contenders. We talk about Indy Cowboy and Interchanger. Looks like Indy Cowboy getting a lot of early play today at odds of 7-5. And you do expect him to run better. But again, the tactical edge probably goes to Bobby the Tank. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the Pick 4 starts in race number 3.
Horses coming on the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Banco Medici and Laird Bailey aboard. Number 2, Take the Edge and Rafael Regina Jr. Number 3, Indy Cowboy and Luis Pena. 4 is on the turn. Number 5 is Bobby the Tank, Emmanuel de Diego. And number 6, With No Name, Christian Navarro partners up. And number 4, Interchanger, Jose Baez. That's the field. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Pick 4 wagering starts on this third race. The pick 4 starts on race 3 here at Finger Lakes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the third race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. Claimers non-winners of 3. Even money, number 5, Bobby the Tank. 2-1, number 4, Interchanger. 5-2, number 3, Indy Cowboy. Interchanger going up and in, Bobby the Tank. And With No Name. With No Name. And Christian Navarro to the outside stall. They're all in the gate. And they're off. One broke horribly. Interchanger about 6 lengths behind the second to last horse. It's Bobby the Tank who's forwardly placed. Banco Medici up the inside in second. With No Name, mid-flight in third to the outside of Indy Cowboy, who's improving up into third. 3 lengths back to take the edge, who's about 8 lengths in front of Interchanger, who trails the field. Bobby the Tank with the advantage on Banco Medici as they make the entry into the turn. A length and a half further to Indy Cowboy, who is in those white blinkers, improving in third. 2 lengths to With No Name. It's about 6 lengths in front of Take the Edge, and still way back to Interchanger, who trails the field. A quarter of a mile left to travel, and it's Bobby the Tank who's in charge. Bobby the Tank turns into the stretch, has a lead by, let's call it 7 lengths. Indy Cowboys on the outside in second. Banco Medici is fully extended, and then it's With No Name, who's up into third, but many lengths behind the leader, and that leader is Bobby the Tank. Bobby the Tank's running up the score. Bobby the Tank's going to win this race by a comfortable distance. Indy Cowboy will be second, With No Name third, and Interchanger fourth. Stewart's Inquiry. They're going to take a look at the start of the third race, see what happened with the 4-horse Interchangers. Stewart's Inquiry into the start of race 3. Number 5, Bobby the Tank first. Second, number 3, Indy Cowboy. Third, number 6, With No Name. Photo for fourth. 5, 3, 6, and a photo for fourth. Stewart's Inquiry into the start. Right now you can see the head-on shot, one of the views the stewards will use in evaluating what happened with the 4 Interchanger. No action taken. Stewart's ruled that the 4 Interchanger caused his own problem in the starting gate. The winner's circle, number 5, Bobby the Tank. New York bred, 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Carpe Diem out of Greeley, Greeley. Gumster Stable owns, Ralph D'Alessandro trains, and Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Sequel Thoroughbreds bred Bobby the Tank. 5364 for Interchanger. Rallied late to earn 4th. 5.5 furlongs, 105.20. Prices are up. $370 the winning mutual. Double $770, exacta $960, 50-cent try $11.10, dime super $2.52. Onward to race 4. Couple jockey changes in the 4th. For number 3, Almendro, Joel Cruz. For number 5, Mr. JT, Christian Navarro. No apprentice allowance. Make the weight 120. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5 starts in this 4th race. Post time in 19 minutes at 2:27 p.m.
Okay, the late pick 5 starts in the 4th. Remember, the early one is that mandatory payout. This one has the carryover, so you got to make sure you hit all 5. I thought this was a pretty good one today. The field sizes are very good for this pick 5. I know we first 3 races were kind of easy. There's short prices and look to be. They ran pretty much to form the first 3. I think it gets a little tougher now as we get later in the card with some very competitive races and very good sized fields. I mean, look at the 3rd. Bobby the Tank just had that big tactical edge, plus the horse was dropping in class anyway. They weren't going to beat him. And actually 4 to 5, when you think about it, is a pretty good price. Consider we've seen horses that didn't look as easy a winner at 1 to 9 and 1 to 5. So Emmanuel Di Diego gets the victory for Ralph D'Alessandro. Now let's look at the 4th. And mention, this is a very competitive race, considering that the horse that is expected favorite is off a layoff. You know, in Sky We Trust, looks like the horse to beat on paper, and is, but it is a question of a horse being off since November and only 2 starts since August, since the summer. So there is some vulnerability there. Now, he first start coming in here for 11, he did have an excuse that day. He was best, and he ended up having to settle for 2nd. But then he rattled off 3 in a row before not getting the best of setups when they ran 104, going 5.5 in November. So he's vulnerable, but he's got to be used. He's the best on paper, and it's not like Michael Ferraro hasn't won off the layout before. I did take a shot at a slight upset with the 2, Z-Bear, coming out of a good race. The horse that beat him, Pompous Prince, is a good one, and that one got claimed out of the race and is against some of the best sprinters later this week. But Pompous Prince, as expected, ran a decent time in 112, is a horse that's been against better allowance horses, been horses that was placed in stakes races, and you're not going to beat him in a claimer. The horse that's 3rd actually runs later today, too, out of that race. But I also thought Z-Bear might get a trip in here. You got speed of Almandro and the speed of Courageous Ola, that this horse could sit a nice pocket trip behind the 2 and maybe can pull off the slight upset. He's at 5 to 2 as mentioned. The 4 horse, I mean, Gandy Dancing, probably needed the first start of the year, ran a good 4th behind Double Shot, who also runs today. But it does show a good work since the last race and should be sharper 2nd time. I'd expect this horse to run a little better. This one's a big price at odds of 9 to 1. Mr. JT, the same. You'd expect him to run better today. 2nd trip over the track. I know it's a little shorter, but he's also coming out of the same race as Z-Bear. We're going to see all these 2nd, 3rd, and 4th finishers out of that Pompous Prince race. Mr. Chase JT is one of them. I don't like him as much as when he had the weight off with the good apprentice rider, but Mr. JT still plays off of past class. You look at the races that he's been in, and it's not like he ran that badly last time. Just it was a tougher race and didn't really get the great pace flow with his running style. 5.5 is a little short when you're talking about a late runner, but maybe a good one to use underneath if he could come rolling late. Exactitry Super Daily Double, pick 4, and the pick 5 starts with this race. Remember, the pick 5 has that carryover, races 4 through 8.
Horses are coming on the track. Fourth race at Finger Lakes. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Noble Journey and J.M. Rohina aboard. Number 2, Z-Bear and Heman Harkey. Number 3, Almendro, jockey change Joel Cruz. Number 4, Gandy Dancing and Michael Davila Jr. Number 5 is Mr. JT, jockey change Christian Navarro. Number 6, Courageous Ola and Nazario Alvarado. Number 7, Lookin' Super, Emmanuel De Diego. Followed up by number 8, In Sky We Trust, and Luis Perez. Number 9, Father Walsh, Rafael Rohina Jr. And number 10, Devious Banker, Andre Worry in the irons. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Got a loose horse, 10, Devious Banker's loose, going into the turn. Devious Banker, loose. Ten is still loose and is up the backstretch. We'll keep you updated. Got a late scratch. Scratch number 10, Devious Banker. Number 10, Devious Banker is scratch from this race. Scratch number 10, Devious Banker. Road to the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9, late defection of the 10 Devious Banker got loose in the post parade. 7-5 on number 8 in Sky We Trust. 5-2 number 2 Z Bear. Mr. JT. Courageous Ola. Looking Super. In Sky We Trust and Father Walsh. In Sky We Trust, Father Walsh, the last of the 9 to come forward. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A little bit of hop in the air at the start for Z-Bear, who's last, and then Mr. JT had the check and is in the 9th and trailing position. It's Father Walsh who's sending out for the front end. Courageous Ola's in second. Almendro in a tight spot towards the inside third. Looking Super tracks in fourth, and Sky We Trust 4 wide fifth, and a couple lengths back. Noble Journey towards the inside sixth. Z Bear plays catch up seventh, and then it's Father Gandy eighth, and 3 lengths to Mr. JT, who's at the tail of the field. Father Walsh clears off by 3 over Courageous Ola, tries to peck away at the margin in second. Almendro in contention in third, then it's Looking Super fourth, and Sky We Trust outside fifth, and then it's the gray Z-Bear sixth. Noble Journey towards the inside seventh, a length and a half back to Mr. JT and Gandy Dancing, and you're still trying to catch Father Walsh. Father Walsh at 20-1 has a lead by 3 lengths. Courageous Ola is all out, as well as Almendro. In Sky We Trust progressing on the far outside, but time is running out. 16th to go. Father Walsh on top. Almendro lunging at that one late. It's Father Walsh. Father Walsh pulls off the upset. Almendro second. In Sky We Trust third. Looking Super fourth. Nine three eight seven. Number 9, Father Walsh first. Back to the winner's circle. Number 9, Father Walsh. New York bred 6-year-old bay gelding by Twirling Candy out of She's Stone's Sis. Michael Sabine, owner trainer. Rafael Rojina Jr., the winning jockey. 42.20, the winning mutual on Father Walsh. Regular double, $85.50. Consolation double, $370. Exacta, $480.50. 50-cent try, $333.50. Dime super, $445.75. Regular pick 3, if you will, $459, $55.87. Consolation pick 3, $1.90. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 5 in about 25 minutes at 3:03 p.m. Had a claim from the 4th, the 2 Z-Bear. New owner David Lathrop. Jimmy Bettine, new trainer for number 2 Z-Bear, claimed out of the 4th.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 5, and yeah, that was Father Walsh with a big upset victory, able to get a clear lead on a track that's pretty quick, and gone. A good job by Rafael Rohina getting the lead with Father Walsh for Michael Sabine, 20-1 to start off the pick 5. I think that knocked a lot of tickets out of the pick 5 immediately. All right, I just want to mention this because we're coming up on the 5th. The winds have really picked up here in the western New York area. We are looking at a possible storm coming through, and that would change the track drastically. But keep in mind, it's just the wind right now that's really swirling here in the paddock. This 5th race is for fillies and mare maidens, going 5.5 furlongs. Very tricky race. It's one of those, you got a few first-time starters. You have a few horses that have pretty decent form, and a horse that comes from New York, and that's Passe Rocks, who's only made 2 starts, but she's been competitive against 30,000 state-bred maidens in New York. And her first start wasn't bad, a good second-place finish, and she pressed the pace in her second start before fading off the board. But she has been close in both of her races, and generally speaking, those 30,000 state-bred maidens are a little better than our maiden special weights. So she just runs her race here. She should definitely be at least in the mix. The 7 is Lady of Mercia, who ran against the boys last time. I mean, she was up against male competition and didn't run that badly. She beat 2 horses. She was in the race for quite some time, chasing the pace. And the number that she got may be inflated because it was a better, well, faster race because it was male competition. But still, she ran pretty well considering the competition she was up against. She's back against the fillies and mares. Remember, she's only had the 1 trip around the track other than the race against the males, so she could be a big threat in here. On the outside is Cajunette. This is an interesting one because Cajunette has speed, and the track has been pretty quick today. Problem is, she stops, and she's had a lot of chances, and people were already going to the window last time to go collect their money, and she stopped in the last 70 yards and got beat by a big long shot in that race. So it's hard to have faith on her. The only thing you can say is she is shortening up from her last race. She couldn't last 6 furlongs, but today she goes 5.5, and maybe that'll make a difference for Cajunette. She's on the outside. She's at odds of 2-1, and maybe the track will help her out today. Queen's Cat is another one to consider. She had a troubled trip. You got firsters in the 2 adjustable rate, obviously capable connections with first-time starter John Buckley and Whitney Lee Farm. The works are a little on the slow side, which is surprising. This is a folded coin jar who does possess some early speed. Mission Avenue is out of Dean Avenue, who's put out a lot of Finger Lakes horses that have been relatively good, especially in the early parts of their career. Talking about Dale Avenue, a half to that one, who came out firing, winning 2 or 3 races over first 5. So that alone says that maybe Mission Avenue could be a player. She did scratch in a race on May 26th. Actually, it was her stablemate that ended up winning that race. So see if she's on her best behavior today, and could be another one to consider here in race number 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts this race. We got the black cloud moving in. Keep an eye on this weather.
Horses coming on the track, fifth race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1, Thrills with No Bills, leads the post parade. Andre Worry is the rider. Looks like passing up the 2, 3 Mission Avenue, Stephen Frett. Number 4 is Chuckatuck. Well, he's going the other way as well. Number 5, My Kind of Mischief, Kaber Koa. Number 6, Chaos and Karma, Joel Cruz. Number 7, Lady of Murcia, John Barrios. Number 8, Spa City Zip, Luis Perez. Number 9 is Queen's Cat, Nazario Alvarado. Number 10, Posse Rocks, Lane Luzzy in to ride. Number 11 is Kay Jeanette and Sofia Vivez. Post time at approximately 4 minutes. Post time in just a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 11 fillies and mares. It's our nice pleasant afternoon of weather. Might be changing pretty soon here in western New York. Line of storms seem imminent. Favorite at 2-1, number 11, Cajanette. She's tied with the most race experience in this race with My Kind of Mischief. Mission Avenue looks to be the first to go up. Mission Avenue, one of 3 first-time starters in here. Thrills with No Bills. Adjustable Rate. Pretty good tailwind for the horses up the backstretch. Chaos and Karma goes in. Lady of Mercia. Spa City Zip. Queen's Cat. Posse Rocks. And Cajanette to the outside as the rain starts to fall. As that line of storms is upon us. Cajanette will go in. Posse Rocks was second last into line. Cajanette going up and in. They're all in the gate and they're off. My Kind of Mischief edging out for the front end. Posse Rocks is on the outside with Queen's Cat second and third. Chuck-a-Tuck niggled upon in fourth. Then in fifth, Lady of Mercia, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Cajanette is outside of her in sixth. Then in seventh, Adjustable Rate, followed up by Mission Avenue, one of the firsters. Chaos and Karma got 2 beat, and they are Thrills with No Bills, is about a length in front of Spa City Zip, who's at the back of the pack. Onto the turn as My Kind of Mischief had the check and lost a few lengths. It's Queen's Cat on top, Posse Rocks in second. My Kind of Mischief drops back in third. Lady of Mercia is outside of her in fourth and 8 lengths off the lead. Adjustable Rate saves all the ground up the inside as they reach the top of the stretch. And Queen's Cat has opened up. Queen's Cat has a lead by about 8 lengths as Posse Rocks cannot keep up. Adjustable Rate up into second. Running on late is Cajanette as they run to the 16th pole. It's Queen's Cat. Queen's Cat is going to run this field off their collective feet. Adjustable Rate second. Thrills with No Bills rallies for third. Three-way photo for fourth. Spa City Zip, Posse Rocks, and Cajanette. Nine, 2, 1, and a photo for fourth. Long shots all over the place. Number 9, Queen's Cat first at 16-1. 5.5 furlongs, 106.17. Fourth, number 10, Posse Rocks, 92110. To the winner's circle, number 9, Queen's Cat. New York bred, 4-year-old bay fitted by Courageous Cat out of a Contender's Queen. Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro, the ownership. Linda Dixon, the trainer. Nazario Alvarado, the winning jockey. Linda's also the breeder of Queen's Cat. $35.20, the winning mutual. Fifth race official. Double, $872. Exacta, $796. 50-cent trifecta, $4,473.75. Dime superfecta, $9,436. Regular pick 3, $372.25. Consolation pick 3, $19.12. And the early pick 5 paid out 5 of 5. I think I saw it at just over $3,600. There it is, $3,668.25. Race 6, Finger Lakes, scratch number 10, go get the bag. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 22 minutes at 3:33 p.m. Please note, it's now raining here at Finger Lakes. Track is now sloppy. Track now sloppy here at Finger Lakes.
All right, we're getting ready to go on out for the seventh race. It is a little bit of a delay here because we just got a pouring rainstorm. It is letting up right now, so the jockeys should be coming out momentarily, and then they'll get ready to go out on the track. But we did get that storm right after that race, and it was a heavy rain, so expect a sloppy racetrack for the rest of the day after that rainstorm. And check your mud breeding, and if you need to make adjustments, you'll have to do so because this track will be wet for the remainder of the card. Well, that was a big effort there in race number 5 by Queen's Cat. An improved effort as she was a little green last time, had a troubled trip. Today she was able to brake better, and the blinkers and the LASIK certainly helped, and she was able to win at a good price in that race. As that half to Queen's Dancer showed a little more speed. Naz Alvarado for Linda Dixon and Hector Alejandro. Hector, the best here. The 7th race, a starter. This one goes 6 races starter. 6 race 5,000 claimer, never won 2. See, the pouring rain's getting my stuff all wet here. This goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. And in this 6th race, you can see you got a scratch of Go Get the Bag, but a pretty open race here with no real standouts. It's interesting. You got Good Question, who, if he runs back to his maiden victory, will simply beat these. But that's a big question. Is this one broke his maiden first time out against the 3 and up 30,000s, but then caught good racetracks against winners his next 2 starts and just wasn't competitive at all. So gets big time class relief here, dropping to 5,000, and looks like a strong player, although is a little cold on the board at odds of 9-2 right now. The 9 Vaunted, a logical horse, was jammed in for 5 at the end of the year, lost on a sloppy track that's a little concerning if you're backing him today. But he comes back for the price, in for the waiver, and in for 5. As long as he's fit enough, he should be very, very tough in this race. Stephen Frett gets aboard, and these connections have done pretty well with a limited amount of horses. Julie Smith, very good with a few horses that she's had. And this one getting a little play at 3-1. Not Today Governor getting some action. Does get the services of Sophia Vivas today. And the Smarty Jones shouldn't mind an off track. And last time running 3rd, gets going shorter of 5. Maybe today could be a good distance for Not Today Governor, but it is a tougher field than what he faced last time. So they are going to go on the track now as we got the riders out here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 3 starts with race number 6.
Horses coming on the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the tin, Go Get the Bag. Here's your field. Number 1 is Image of Quality and J.M. Rohina. Number 2, Waffler and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Good Question and Andre Worry. Number 4 is In the Blue and Luis Pena. Number 5, Papa Paulie P and Heman Harkeep. Number 6, Grand Again, Michael Davila Jr. Number 7, Don Antonio, Carlos Camilo aboard. Number 8, Makar, Cabercoa. Number 9 is Vaunted, Stephen Frett. And number 11, Not Today, Governor, and Sofia Vives. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. Horses at the gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 10 to go 5.5 furlongs. Claimers non-winners of 2. 2 to 1 on number 9, Vaunted. First start of the year for Vaunted. Ray into blue into line. Papa Paulie P. Grand Again. Don Antonio. Makar. Vaunted. And Not Today, Governor. 2 to 1, good question. 2 to 1 and Vaunted. Not Today, Governor. The last of the 10 to come forward. And they're all in the gates. And they're off. Looks like a decent start. Then checking at the back there were Grand again and Don Antonio. It's Papa Paulie P, who's barreling out for the front end. Vaunted, flashing early speed in second. Not today, Governor races in third. Image of Quality kicks on through towards the inside fourth. Passing Good Question in fifth. McCarr 3 wide 6. Waffler behind horses in 7, 6.5 lengths off the lead. Then the gray in the blue is about 2 lengths in front of the trailers. Don Antonio and Grand again. They're already on the turn, and it's Papa Paulie P who clears off by a couple lengths. Vaunted in pursuit in second. Not today, Governor outside in third. Image of Quality towards the inside fourth, then 4 more lengths. Back to McCarr's deep on the course. Wafflers towards the inside as they reach the top of the stretch. Papa Paulie P is the target. Has a lead by 2. Image of Quality to the outside has got dead aim on Papa Paulie P. 1 furlong to go, and Papa Paulie P has been caught by Image of Quality as it's Vaunted is on the outside in third, and Not Today Governor further out in fourth, but in deep stretch it's Image of Quality who wins by 4. Close for second between Papa Paulie P, Not Today Governor, and Don Antonio, who flew late to get in that photo. Number 1, Image of Quality first. It's a photo for second. 5 1/2 furlongs, sloppy surface, 107.27. Holding second, number 5, Papa Paulie P. Third, number 11, Not Today Governor. Fourth, number 7, Don Antonio. 1-5-11-7 in race 6 from Finger Lakes. To the winner's circle, number 1, Image of Quality. New York bred 5-year-old Grey Gelding by Frank Conversation out of Image of Noon. Sheila Engelhart, the owner. Chris Engelhart, the trainer. J.M. Rohina, the winning jockey. It's official. Image of Quality pays $9.10 to win. $2 double, $155. $2 exacta, $161.50. 50-cent trifecta, $379.75. Dime super, 15117. Yields a payout of $298.85. And a pick 4. Ending on race 6, 4 of 4, $3,227.50. 7th race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 5, Invaluable Will. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 21 minutes at 4:03 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 7, and the other Engelhard, the one, Image of Quality, as Worry goes to Good Question, but that one picked up by Jose Rojina, liking the off track, and that might have been it. And Jose gave a good ride, coming up the inside and angling out and getting the victory. Image of Quality gets the win to start off the late pick 3 at odds of 7-2. All right, let's go to the 7th. It is a starter allowance optional claiming tag of 8,000, and horses that have started for the claim price of 5,000 or less since June 9th of 2023, and they're all in for the starter condition, nobody in for the optional tag. So looking at it from a pace standpoint, Sutton Breeze looks like one of these speed types. He is looking for 3 in a row. A couple of them in here are looking for 3 in a row. Sig Alert stepping up in class after winning 2 in a row. Sutton Breeze won this condition last time, and we'll face the same horses again today. The good thing about Sutton Breeze is he likes an off track. He's never missed the board on an off track. He's got 4 wins and 7 starts, so he should like the off going today. Looking for his 3rd straight. Same type of horses, see if he keeps his form. Looks like the logical horse off the last victory. Broken Hearted was the one who ran 2nd to Sutton Breeze. Another one that doesn't mind an off track. He has had 5 starts on it. 4 of them have been in the money. He ran 2nd by Sutton Breeze. Will be on a wet fast track last time, more like a good racetrack than it was wet fast, and it was a good effort. And the race before in the mud, he was able to post a victory. He was a little green that day, lugging in the stretch, but he certainly didn't mind the off going. So he's another one to consider, at least a big top 3 threat off the 2nd place finish last time. So now you got to look at some of the new faces if you don't like those two, who both won this condition, or both ran well in the condition. Double Shot is the one that won a different version of the starter allowance going this distance, 6 furlongs, but he had to come from off the pace to do it. He is truly at the mercy of the pace with his closing style, and he doesn't mind an off track. It's just more of a pace scenario situation for Double Shot. He's going to be trying to roll late. He's got to hope for some help up front. New York Riesling figures to be the speed. Sigler is the other one that said was looking for 3 in a row. He was in that claiming series for 5,000 last time. That was the first leg of our claiming series, and he ran very well. He got enough of a pace up front that he was able to run him down. Obviously, a lot easier field than what he'll face here, but maybe he's up to the task. He's sharp since coming back to Finger Lakes, winning 2 in a row, so now he'll be tested, looking for his 3rd straight going into the starter. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double offered in race number 7. You got 8 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track, 7th race here at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5. Here's your field. Number 1 is Broken Hearted and Joel Cruz. Number 2, New York Riesling, Sofia Vives. Number 3, Sigalert, Heman Harkey. Number 4, Gimme the Money, Kaber Koa. 6, Sutton Breeze, John Barrios. And number 7, Double Shot, Andre Worry. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Odds on favorite at 4 to 5. Number 6, Sutton Breeze. Broken Hearted into stall 1. Sig Alert. Give me the money. Double Shot. Double Shot, the last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Gimme the money. Edging out for the front end. Sutton Breeze goes with that one. Sig Alert right behind the speed in third, 3 lengths off the lead. New York Riesling on the move in fourth. Broken Hearted towards the inside, fifth in a space of about 7 lengths to Double Shot, who's content to sit at the tail of the field. Sutton Breeze has made the front end and opens up by a length and a half. Give me the money. Now losing second, the Broken Hearted with the middle move up the fence. Sig Alert, 3 wide in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A length back to New York Riesling, who's about 6 lengths in front of Double Shot, who trails the field. Less than 3 furlongs to go. Sutton Breeze on top, the leads 2. Broken Hearted in the red blinkers, cutting into the margin in second. Sig Alert nudged to punt in third, and then it's Give Me the Money from the back. Double Shot still about 9 lengths off the lead, but is out of last as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Sutton Breeze and Broken Hearted. These two clash for the top spot. Double Shot up the inside, up into third. 4 lengths off the lead, and Double Shot is closing in with each and every stride. Broken Hearted on top. Broken Hearted has that lead over Sutton Breeze. Double Shot trying to negotiate traffic late, but it's Broken Hearted who did enough to win. Think that's Double Shot for second over Sutton Breeze. That's a photo. But Broken Hearted give Joel Cruz 2 in the card. Number 1, Broken Hearted first. Photo for second, 6 furlongs, 112. Second, number 7, Double Shot. Third, number 6, Sutton Breeze. Fourth, number 3, Sig Alert. It's official. Broken Hearted, $8.10, the winning mutual. Broken Hearted, Kentucky bred. 6-year-old dark brown gelding by Runaway and Hyde out of Heartbroken Hill. Edwin Schatzel is the owner. Timothy Murphy, the trainer. Joel Cruz with a riding double today. Donnemeyer Farm bred, Broken Hearted. Double, $45.60. Exacta, $37. 50-cent trifecta, $24.87. Dime super, $10.97. Eighth and final, Finger Lakes. Scratch part of an entry, the one can't beat me. Scratch part of an entry, the 2B, Son of Darkness. Also take out the 7, Smooth Tails, and number 9, Central Love. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the eighth and final from Finger Lakes in 20 minutes at 4:33 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude this card. And yeah, Broken Hearted's been sharp this year for the Murph. Won first time out against the Fives in the waiver claim, and then ran a good second to Sutton Breeze last time. And just kind of set up for it. I think the 6 furlongs and the way that the race flow went kind of helped him out, was able to hold the rail as Sutton Breeze on the outside had to deal with the other speed. And double shot just had some traffic problems late, but it did turn out to be a good finish in that race. And Broken Heart was able to get the victory today. Joel Cruz for the Murph, Tim Murphy's having an incredible spring. All right, just before I do this, I want to just remind people we are running the next couple of race days. 1 o'clock is the first post for the Tuesday and Wednesday card. Remember, Wednesday, man, what a card we got that day. There's a feature race that's got some of the best sprinters on the ground. Looking forward to that one as well. That takes place Wednesday. Plus, of course, we got a nice card tomorrow as well. Well, we do scratch Can't Beat Me and Sonic Darkness out of this one, as well as Smooth Tails. Kind of a now or never, I thought, for Flowing River. I mean, this one drops all the way to the bottom after not getting beat that bad by New York Anthem and Saratoga Banker. Those horses would either one of them would be 1-5 against these 5,000 claimers. So only get beat 3 lengths after a little bit of a slow start and being wide. Hey, Flowing River's got a big chance if he breaks better and gets to the front in here. He's currently a 9-2. If he still has his speed, hasn't shown his speed recently, but he might be just quicker than these. The 3 horse is Beach Boy Al, and he's been better than these in the past as well. He was claimed for 5 at the end of last year and was a beaten favorite in the slop, but keep in mind he's had some good races on and off track as well. He's won 50% of them. And when you're talking about 5,000, it's just a matter of fitness here coming off the layoff, as he's in for the waiver claim and he's getting some action at 8-5. You know, it does look like it did change the track a little bit in a sense. Inside speed was pretty dominant the first half of the card till we got that rainstorm. Now we just saw the inside still being good, but you saw Double Shot make a nice move on this racetrack that you can close in here. So you're kind of looking for horses that maybe can make a little bit of a run, like Trap the Dream maybe can close, or Bench Walk. Almond Cider's got to be considered, though, too, from the outside. He comes out of a very good race. He lost by 4 lengths to Pompous Prince. Now, Z-Bear ran earlier out of that race, but Z-Bear had all kinds of problems in that race where he got off slow and got caught behind horses, had to check. So maybe you could draw a line through that one for him. But this one, maybe not the most positive sign that he drops to 5,000 after such a good effort, as he continually hits the board against tougher. But at 5,000, after losing by 4 lengths to Pompous Prince, you got to think he's got a big chance in here if he handles the track. Although he has not handled it in the past, he's also been over his head in a few of those races. That's some of the contenders for the last race on the card, as the sun is coming out for this last race. Exactitry and Super offered. Again, we scratched Can't Beat Me the 1 and the 2B, 7, and 9.
Horses are coming on the track for the eighth and final from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Remaining part of the barrel entry. The 1A, Flowing River and Jeremiah's Flores. Remaining part of the Patine entry. Number 2, Jacoba, Andre Worry. Number 3 is Beach Boy Al and Caber Koa. Number 4 is Raw Courage and Michael Davila Jr. Number 5, Max Foster, Kristen Navarro. Number 6, Trapped the Dream, Luis Perez. Number 8, Bench Walk, Joel Cruz. And number 10, Almond Cider, Stephen Frett is the rider. Post time at just a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go 6 furlongs, 8-5 on number 3, Beach Boy Al. Max Foster in the line. Almond Cider. Trap the Dream. Bench Walk and Flowing River. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Flowing River sent to the offensive by the jockey. Almond Cider is on the outside, flashing early speed in second. Max Foster, green cap in third, to the inside of Jacoba in fourth. Then in fifth, that's Bench Walk, who's to the outside of Beach Boy Al. Those two about 6.5 lengths off the lead. A margin of 3 lengths to Trap the Dream is about 3 lengths in front of Raw Courage, who's in the 8th and trailing position. As they get ready to make the entry into the turn, it's Flowing River who has the lead by 1.5 lengths. Max Foster had to tap on the brakes slightly in second. Almond Cider outside, contending in third. 3 more lengths to Bench Walk, who's a clear-cut fourth. And then in 5th place, Beach Boy Allen, about 10 lengths off of the lead. Jacoba is in third last, 2 lengths to Trap the Dream, and many lengths to Raw Courage, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Flowing River, Max Foster is determined on the outside as Max Foster takes another crack at Flowing River in upper stretch, and these two are clear by 6 lengths over Bench Walk in third, 16th to go. Flowing River digs in along the inside. Max Foster not giving up on the outside. It's Flowing River, Max Foster. Flowing River prevails over Max Foster. Then it was Bench Walk and Trap the Dream. Tuesday's program online, available now. Tuesday program for Finger Lakes is available online at fingerlakesgaming.com. 1A 586. Eighth race official, 570, the winning mutual. Flowing River back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 6-year-old, dark brown gutting by Laban out of Flomar. Paul Barrow and Dennis Sweeney, the ownership. Paul Barrow's the trainer. Jeremias Flores, the winning jockey. Seacoast Thoroughbreds of New England bred Flowing River. Double $28, exacta $25.40, 50-cent trifecta. $58.75, dime super, $64.80, 50-cent pick 3, $36.75. Pick 4, $491.25. Pick 5, 5 of 5, one winning ticket, $30,810, and a meaningless 50 cents. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Tuesday. First post at 1 p.m. from high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. This is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.